I had to decide what suit am I going to wear for this. Okay, on here it doesn't. I guess you can see me, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And background looks very studious.
So, what am I going to wear for this? Will I be able to? Do I control when you speak and don't speak?
No, you don't control that.
Okay.
I can mute and unmute people from my side. We just generally ask that everyone mutes themselves unless they're going to speak, and then they unmute themselves. We kind of rely on everyone to kind of be on their honor in that respect.
Okay. All right. Just warn everybody. I have little puppies, so if they bark, you know what that is.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, Mr. Asco.
Hello, everybody.
Did not realize that you were an avid musician, sir.
Well, playing guitar and being any good at playing guitar are two different things.
I totally understand. I'm the same way.
It's more therapy than performance.
Yep, I agree. I have two in my office, and I've got one here. Actually, two here at the house that I play too.
Gotcha.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Connie. How are you?
Good. Miss everybody.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting stir crazy here at home. Not gonna lie.
Hey, Mr. Russell. Hey, Mr. Lala.
Hello, and just FYI, I did start the streaming already because I needed to check the audio and make sure it was working. So it is streaming live already.
Thank you so much. No worries. I am going to lower the volume because we have Mr. Duchette and Mr. So I'm trying to. I say, you're more in the middle. We're going to go off of that.
And Mr. Rasco, it sounds like you've got a bit of an echo too. So if you have headphones, that might help to plug those in.
Okay.
You're also going to see. You unmute. Mr. Lalaman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Gropel is going to join. You will see his number pop up.
Okay.
I believe he's the only one that may be on an actual phone.
No more details.
A call, and we won't be able to see him.
Okay.
But Mr. Baum's on mute, and so is.
Okay.
So
Glad I could help.
myself as well.
Trying to get this thing. It's not looking at my nose.
Are y'all still getting a feedback on mine, Mr. Laleman?
Yeah, I can still hear the echo.
All right, let me see if I can get headphones going.
It only happens when you're unmuted and somebody else is speaking. So I mean, the quick solution to that is just make sure that you're muted when you're not talking. Or yeah.
That's just good etiquette anyway.
Yes, sir.
I have a question on mine since it's got a little bitty picture on top. If I need to unmute it, do I just press on the picture?
If you move your mouse down towards the bottom of your screen, you'll see that where you can unmute yourself there.
Okay, I see it.
It's like happy like that.
Do we see Dr. Gopal?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
Can y'all hear me now with my headphones plugged in?
You sound great,
Yes,
sir.
sir. That's good.
All right. No
And
echo now.
Yes,
All
that's
right.
perfect.
That's what I will do then.
I've been
Hello,
living
Mr.
life with
Bond.
one earbud in the last 3 weeks.
Mr. Lalaman, I see that Mrs. Prado's mic is not muted. Do we want her to mute?
I think she's okay. She was unmuted for. Were you gonna say something, Ms. Prado? Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just telling Mr. Baum hello.
Hey, hello.
Hi, Jeff.
How are you doing?
Good to see you.
You as well. I'm not liking this social distancing business.
Yeah, me neither.
I know it's necessary, but I've just about had enough of it. I'm ready to people.
Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and mute my microphone.
Mrs. Prado, I was telling Jeff and Chad how spoiled I've been with Miss Michelle and all the nice documents with tabs and everything. I don't have any of that. I'm a big mess when it comes to that. I see Mr. Rodriguez. Do you see Mr. Rodriguez?
Not yet, no. Is Mr. Rodriguez in yet?
I'll message him.
There he is.
Oh, okay, never mind. I was just gonna say Mr. Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everybody hear me okay?
Gotcha.
Hey, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes,
Sorry
sir.
about that. My last meeting ran about a minute over, so I apologize for that. Looks like we have everybody here. Let me take a look. We have Ms. Prado. We have Mr. Kevin Roscoe. Okay, so here we go. The special called meeting of the San Antonio Independent School District Budget Committee will now come to order. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, and the time is 4 o'clock. Michelle, may I have roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Kevin Rasco,
Present.
Mrs. Connie Prado,
Present.
Mr. Gilbert Rodriguez. Call to action. All
Successful education experiences, empowering them to make decisions while enriching their lives and the future they create.
Thank you, ma'am. The first item on the agenda is, excuse me, citizens to be heard. And I know that we've made some the governor has made some, allowed for the suspension of some of the Texas Open Meetings Act. The citizens to be heard was one of them. However, we've made a concerted effort to have an option for our citizens to be heard to submit comments via email to the school board. Board members or budget committee members, if you want to go ahead and take a look, that email address was posted on the agenda. So just take a few minutes to take a look for any items that may have come in. And we'll give it about a minute here.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes, ma'am.
the email was posted with the agenda.
Yes, ma'am, it was. At the top of the agenda is the email address for.
Oh, the provision. Yeah, I see it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, the chair does not see any comments that have come in for citizens to be heard, so we will move forward. The next item on the agenda is discussion and possible action, with the first item being the 2019-2020 revenue and expenditures update. Ms. Sendejo?
That are part of this committee as well, alongside everyone else that is supporting us through this
committee meeting today, including our staff. Mr. Rodriguez, we do have a PowerPoint that'll just guide us a bit because there aren't any specific materials or documents that you're going to see, so it may trend through the discussion of possible action 1 through 8 into the PowerPoint. So for 2019-2020 revenue and expenditure, there's a few that are updates. And I want to move over to the next one, but you'll see that it'll just continue on in that manner, but we'll be purposeful and wait till you call for that particular item. How does that sound?
That sounds good. Budget committee members, are you guys okay with that approach? Ms. Prado?
Yes.
Mr. Rasco?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
sir. All right, so for our 2019-2020 budget discussion points, 2020-2021 budget discussion points, Mr. Baum is here joining us, so he's going to share the PowerPoint. You also have it on the board book.
Yes, and the PowerPoint is very loosely coupled. I will say that there is a tremendous amount of information from a discussion standpoint, and as we started crafting our materials for this meeting, things are continuing to move. So we've got kind of a baseline of information, and I may refer to that information periodically, but there's most of it is conversational, and just want to cover a few discussion points. COVID-19 and its impact on the 1920 budget. Pardon me one second.
Just make sure everyone can hear everybody when they're speaking.
I can go.
Yes, it's clear. It's clear.
Everything's clear.
Is it
Good.
clear? Okay.
Yeah, sorry
All
about
right.
that.
So we'll talk a little bit about COVID-19 and its impact on the 1920 budget. We'll also get an update on ADA and student weights, and then talk about the fiscal impact of those. We'll touch on our tax collections briefly, and then talk a little bit about our procurement process and unused budgets. As you can imagine, leaving 6 weeks of instruction on the table, we are experiencing some expenditures that we might not otherwise have, but there are also some things that are not being expended upon. So we'll touch on those some, and then we'll just questions and comments to make sure that you have what you need. You have a sheet that follows its variances and funding elements. If you will recall, in our last budget committee meeting, we did an amendment based on the student counts at that point, but those were through the third 6 weeks. So I just wanted to talk to you what has happened since. We were able to complete the fourth 6 weeks of school.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Mr. Baum. Are you presenting something? Because I can't see it on the screen.
I am not presenting anything.
Okay.
It's in your PowerPoint that we provided for you.
Okay.
I am and I think when you look at it, you'll see why it's a.
Michelle, I know that you're on board. Mr. Raskow is sharing that the board book is blank.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, there was something in the board book earlier, but it's blanked itself out somehow.
Right.
Okay, let me put it here. I bet you we can get you there.
Can you double check on that, Michelle?
Yes, I'm pulling it up. Hold on one second.
Thank you. Mr. Baum is going to share it if you want to just see what's going on there with the board book.
Thank you.
If you can see, you may want to share it if you are.
Can you guys refresh it and see if you see it now? So the board book locked itself because it locked at 4. So I unlocked it and I re-released it. So see if you can see it now. If you refresh, maybe that did the trick.
Yes, now there's stuff in
Yes. Now it's in there.
Woohoo! Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Michelle.
Okay. Again, the presentation documents are pretty benign, but there are some items for discussion. We had talked at the end of the third 6 weeks about what our variances were from what we had first budgeted back in the early fall, and we knew that only got us halfway through the year, and that we would have updates as we went along. Well, typically we would be looking at 4 to 6 weeks data right now, but the state has provided some guidance. Once they determined that schools would remain closed for the end of the year, they provided some guidance on how we could shore up that data all the way through the end. So I have given you the same old data that you had, the third 6 weeks data and the variance of that, and then also a 1920 final data and the final variance. So if you see something in that far right column that is a final variance, that encompasses the third 6 weeks variance. So let's just look at refined ADA for a second. Everybody knows what refined ADA is. We had originally budgeted 7,753. At the end of the third 6 weeks, we had 7,594 for a reduction of 159 less than what we had originally estimated. Well, if you look at the 1920 final, you will see 7,430, which is a variance of 323 from the very first estimate that we had. So I'll tell you how the state is requiring us to calculate the final. Again, we had 4 good 6 weeks of data. We will not have a 5th and 6th weeks set of data from an attendance or an average daily attendance standpoint. So what they have asked us to do is go back to the 18-19 year, take the first 4 6 weeks, and you look at your cumulative ADA. Any of your student numbers that you're looking for are cumulative through the 4th 6 weeks of the 18-19 school year. And then you take the sum of the entire school year, which you did through the last 6 weeks. You take the difference between those and you index them, and that is how we know what our final numbers will be. Now then, I will tell you this: when you have to pick up and you grab your things and you go, and we've got so many staffers that are working from home and working through, some of the challenges that brings, there could always be a shoring up of this data, a truing up of this data, as there always is. So we feel confident in it, but I'll stop short of saying supremely confident, just because there may be some things that change. So does everybody understand how we are calculating the final data for 1920?
Yes, sir. Budget committee members, if you could just, if you have any questions, just kind of ask to be recognized, and then we can make sure that we don't talk over each other.
So essentially, the indexed amount is 98.6614% of what the 4th 6 weeks cumulative period yielded. So you take the 4th 6 weeks figure and multiply it times 0.986614, and that gives us our final amount. We know that the census block information was one of the main drivers in what we had seen before. The state did in fact come in and update that information, and we saw that there were, if you look, census block 1, there was a very slight change, 24 kids more than what we had originally budgeted for. But as you get down into census blocks 2, 3, 4, and 5, really 5 being the biggest change, and census block 5 is the one that provides us the greatest amount of advantage, because the kids in that block are the most significantly disadvantaged. So direct correlation there, but we knew that there would be some sifting out, and the dollars on that, the change due to that, were not significant, but you will see that there is a change on here. The biggest change is coming from the ADA. The early education number, we see the same amount, because that is based on the snapshot that was taken in October. And that early education allotment applies to kids, economically disadvantaged students that are in grades K through 3. So that data, history was made at snapshot on that. So I hope that makes sense. So what does that mean to us? Well, we had made a budget amendment of $2.2 million. We had lessened our revenue forecast, if you will, and through the third 6 weeks, and we said we would probably have to do it again, but that we didn't feel that it would be as drastic as that first amendment was. And I think as we talk through, and especially get into the 2021 budget, you'll see the assumptions that we have to make, and there's just really no way to get it exact. I think we could do better than we've done in the past, but there's always going to be the need to come in and revisit, and that is why that we will continue to have these meetings. But we are seeing if we had to do an amendment today, and I'm not recommending that because we are still proving up our data, but estimates are that we are going to be about another $1.4 million short on revenue beyond the 2.2 that we have already recognized in the form of an amendment. It's not what we want to be talking about, obviously. It's not dreadful because there are some variances on the expenditure side of the budget as well. In the amendment to the expenditure budget that we made, we took some money out of fund balance to fund some projects. Y'all know that, and but I still feel like we're going to have money left over in our expenditure budget. How much, it's too early to tell, but I think we're going to be in good shape, and we're going to be able to cover this shortage in revenue.
Thank you for that, Mr. Baum.
Sure. Let's see. Do you have any other questions on the current budget, the 1920 budget that we are in?
Mr. Rodriguez, may I be recognized?
Yes, Ms. Prado.
Mr. Baum, I was listening to your presentation. The 1.4 million that's going to be short beyond the 2.2. Are you saying that with the money that's left over, we're going to be able to recoup that? That we won't take that loss with the money that we're going to have over?
Well, I feel like we are going to be close. I would never say that we are going to be able to recoup all of it, because let's talk about the surpluses that we're going to see in the budget right now. We know that there are positions that are unfilled that will not be filled now until the coming school year. So there will be some dollars available from that. Also, if you look at the operation of our campuses, our buildings are basically shuttered. I know we have some administrative staff in our buildings that are working in their offices, but by and large, our classrooms are shut down. Our HVAC systems are shut down. Mr. Becerra and his team are taking care of the buildings to ensure that we're not using resources when there's not people in the building. So there will be some savings recognized there. There's also some of our substitute budgets, some of our tutoring budgets, and we'll talk a little bit more when we talk about our COVID provisions on what those mean from a funding standpoint and a carryover standpoint. But I feel like we are going to be okay. I really do. And each day that goes by, Miss Clarita and the accounting staff, there is a convergence between what goes on in the finish line, and we will meet that finish line, and we will be able to close things out. But we've got outstanding items of procurement, and the budget does not stop. There are instances of the budget that we have spent more than we normally would because of the pandemic, but we also feel there are provisions in place to recoup some of that money. So I feel good about where we are going. I think we're going to be fine. As we talk about going into the next budget year, there is cause for concern. There is some fear on my part, but I'm not greatly concerned about the 1920 budget and our ability to come in where we need to be at the finish line. I hope that answers your question. I'm happy to elaborate on any issue that you want to, though.
Thank you, Mr. Baum. If I may, I did submit some questions for the budget committee prior to today, and I didn't see anything on the backup with the responses. So one of the questions really relates to what you're talking about now, which is in a previous budget update, the staff had reflected the loss of student enrollment for the first semester for the school year 1920 in the 5,800 state program revenues. The loss in state revenue, as you said, was 2.2 million. So my question was, is it possible for the staff to estimate the loss in state revenues 5,800 series for the second semester for the school year 1920?
Yes, ma'am. That is the $1.4 million that I referenced. And both your question and our response revolved around the fourth 6 weeks. We do have data for the fourth 6 weeks, but we went beyond that fourth 6 weeks because we were able to, we normally wouldn't have second semester data right now, but based on the fact that physical school, as we know it in our building, stopped, they deemed that the schools would remain closed. That's when they came out with the provision to calculate the entire year's data based on the 4-6 weeks data in comparison to the same period last year. So we said that we would provide you with a revenue estimate through the end of the 4-6 weeks. We actually provided one through the end of the end of the school year, and that is that $1.4 million.
Okay. All right. Well, that sounds good. If I may, since I don't want to just do this in pieces, there are just a couple of other questions that I had, and I'd like to ask that of you, Mr. Baum, because it has to do with the budget.
Yes, ma'am.
The budget committee calendar, is that functional as it stands right now?
It is functional, and we got a piece of in our kind of our general response on the budget calendar is it's going to always have a little bit of fluidity to it. It needs to have based on based on unforeseen circumstances. But I will give you an example. There is an item, and it's part of that PowerPoint presentation. The calendar is attached, but there is an item that talks about April 30th is the deadline to receive preliminary values from the Central Appraisal District, right? So this is my let's see here. I guess this would be my 14th budget cycle that I have been through, and I have never seen a Central Appraisal District not be able to provide preliminary values prior to April 30th. Guess what? We got notification today, and we're not going to cast stones. We understand the why behind it, but we are being told that our values are going to be delayed, and there's not really anything that can be done about it. The appraisal districts as a whole were lobbying to be able to roll current values forward and just say this is a repeat year. Statute will not allow them to do that, so they're going to have to go through and count and value every single property, something they had not planned for, something that they were not staffed up for, from a physical standpoint. So, and that's going to delay the appraisal review board hearing everybody's protests. Those protests won't be done in person like normal. They'll be done virtually. So we can all empathize with them as far as what they are going through. But that is an item on the budget calendar that is not going to make that. We will not meet that deadline. But we're not going to be able to defer the remainder of the budget process until we do that. So we're going to have to make some assumptions, and we'll talk about those assumptions in the 2021 discussion and how we get there. And I'm very, very excited to hear y'all's input on the direction you want to go with that.
Okay. Just one other thing. Can we assume that the 2021 budget, it will still require that the board adopt the budget in August 31st?
Yes, that is in statute. Again, I've never not seen a budget adopted in a timely manner. I think even if we had to adopt a budget and then come back and adopt one later, to amend it, we could do that. But you think about the contents of the budget, we'll visit more about it, but 85% of our budget is in salary costs. So you as a board are going to have to appropriate salaries in order for us to pay our employees, who will be back at work, obviously, by then in some capacity, because in many respects, they have not left in any capacity. So we will have to have a budget in place. And I've not heard anything to the contrary. There's a lot of people smarter than I around the table and on the phone, and I'm happy for if anybody has a differing opinion to speak it.
Thank you, Mr. Baum.
Kevin O'Hanlon here. Just two things I want to say is we're going to have to adopt a budget because we can't expend money for beginning after September 1st unless we have an adopted budget, even if it's going to have a bunch of estimates on it, and we're going to have to amend it. Second thing I want to add, just in terms of the planning, this COVID virus hit in late February and early March. It's important to note that property values are calculated as of January 1st. So we're not going to see a huge impact from the virus on appraised values. However, I would caution this economic crisis is going to create a lot more uncollected taxes by the time we're done. I don't think we'll be fully recovered from that. So we need to be cautious about our expenditures because I suspect our collection rate, just like everybody else's, is going to go down significantly in the next budget year. That's it. Glad to be good news.
Kevin, you covered slides 5 and 6, so thank you very much for that.
All right.
Good to hear you. Good to hear you.
Ms. Prado, did you have any further questions on the revenue and expenditures update portion?
No, Mr. Rodriguez, not on that item.
Okay. I just have a comment. Thank you very much, Mr. Baum. We certainly realize that, you know, we're having to make adjustments as we move along. As with every aspect of this crisis, it is dictating what everyone and everything does, including us.
To the teacher incentive allotment, as to how we will transition and move forward with cohort D and establishing committee meetings moving forward. I know Ms. Seaman is also on the call, and I know that she has been receiving some specific information as well, mainly formally as an update. There isn't anything specifically that's coming through. I do know that the application also is going to be readily available. There were some specifics as far as samples. There's more of a guidance document that will be provided to ISDs. We did provide the frequently asked questions at the last committee meeting. Ms. Seaman?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. We are looking within our cohort D. The kind of the timeline for this is that in the 2021-22 school year is when we'll actually be capturing the data. So we've got some time to make sure that we are going through setting up our committees, getting input from all of our stakeholders, and making sure that the data that we're going to be collecting and the tools that we're going to be using are to the standard, I guess you'd say, of what the evaluators at Texas Tech are going to be looking for. And so we are getting a timeline set for the district, working from the end, working from our deadline and working backwards to make sure that we have all of the committee meetings and
associated with that. When we communicate about this program with our teacher, I think there's a reasonable chance that it's going to get eliminated. Morath doesn't want to do it. This is his pet cat, but the state's going to have some funding problems. So make sure that everybody understands this is the implementation of a state program, because we're not going to have the wherewithal. If the funding gets cut, we're not going to have the wherewithal to fund it on our own.
Thank you for that, Mr. O'Hanlon. Committee members, are there any questions specific to the teacher incentive allotment update?
Yes, if I may, I have a short question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Esco.
So we're now targeting cohort D for the teacher incentive allotment. We're not going to shoot for B or C.
We can speak to that, Mr. Rascal. So right before the spring break, we were scheduled to attend the training with the Education Service Center. We had a whole team that attended the training, and based on the information that was shared and the status of where we were with our district, cohort D was the most ideal to ensure that the timeline and to be prepared to see this whole initiative through was in the best interest of our district. I do have, I believe, Mr. Baum, you were there. Ms. Seaman, they might be able to speak to a little more specifics to that. I know Mr. Doucette was there as well. Anything that you all want to add there as to why B and C were much more tougher for us to consider?
Sure. You know, we talked about this, and I guess it was our last committee meeting about the B/C where we were going to be, and we knew there was we knew there was actually a more favorable or a less aggressive timeline for B than there was C. But as we attended this training, we did not qualify as a district because of some of the metrics that were required to already be in place. Ms. Seaman may want to elaborate on that, but several of the districts had created a process internally and were prepared for that. They weren't full blown doing the program, or they would have been in the cohort A. But there is a lot of development. It's not just a deciding that you want to do it. It's the creation of the process and the involving of the committees. And we were all very disappointed to sit there and see that, because if you get an option between being an A, B, or a C, you always want to be an A, or you always want to be a B instead of a C. And when we realized that a C was not even, cohort C was not a possibility because of we had some of the metrics in place, but not all the metrics that were required in order for us to proceed in those cohorts. Ms. Seaman, do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, they had a very lengthy process of different kind of scenarios that we were looking at. And again, like Mr. Baum said, we were looking at where did we fall? Were we a green light? Were we ready to go with this part? Were we a yellow light, or were we a red, in which, we haven't exactly started on it? It might be something that we're doing, but it's not focused toward the whenever we went through all of our information. I know that one of the TEA representatives was called over, and we were asking her about it, and she said, well, what are you looking like? And we went through I don't know, there was 10, 15 different situations, and we had a green, yellow, and red light. And based on that, she said y'all are definitely a D. And so there is so much foundational information that we need to set up, and then in order to start gathering our data, that's why D, in which we start gathering, we set up our information this school year, and then we start gathering data in the 2021 school year. And then we are moving forward from there. And so I think I said that wrong. It's 2022 school year, 21-22. That's hard to say. And so again, that's our timeline, to make sure that, one, we're not rushing things. And if we're rushing, then we have a greater chance of not getting our rubrics and our submissions to Texas Tech approved. And for us, that's not going to do us any good if we don't have all of our ducks in a row.
And I'll add to that, being in the training as well, the districts that were in attendance that were going through the same process that we were, that in the initial steps thought they were in the B and C group. Some very few thought that they were in the A group, just because they didn't want to be outcasts or leading the charge. The majority of the B and C group actually reverted to D, just based on the scenarios and the information that was presented. I don't recall the exact the cost to apply for the different cohort groups, but if you're applying and you're not in a situation where you're at, there is a cost to apply again for each teacher that you're submitting for that allotment, the incentive. So there's a cost associated with each one of those as well. So that's kind of the rationale on why we kind of reverted to D, just to make sure that we have everything in a row, ready to go, and then our fiduciary responsibility as well.
Mr. Radko? Okay. Ms. Prado, did you have any questions on this item?
No, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Prado. I just have some comments. So what I'm hearing is that there were some prerequisites, right? Some existing metrics, existing data that a school district, right, should already have in place in order to start to move forward with this, as Mr. O'Hanlon pointed out, state-funded, the state initiative on the teacher incentive allotment. And we're just not there yet. So we need to start moving in that direction. And I realize that it's unfortunate. However, I'm a glass half full type of person. And if we're identifying opportunities where we can start to change or enhance how we do business, specifically in this area here, how the teacher incentive allotment piece, then that's the positive, I guess. But I want to be a little bit more optimistic than Mr. O'Hanlon, and hope that that this is something that continues to get funded and move forward for our teachers, because we have to, I know other board members have shared the same position in wanting to attract and retain our quality teachers. So I'm glad that we're identifying all these pieces and formulating a plan to move forward, because it's definitely important. So thank you very much for that, Ms. Anejo.
Yes, sir.
The next item on the agenda is the health insurance update. Ms. Anejo?
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez. We do have an update as we are transitioning to the next school year as well. Nothing in particular to share as far as materials. However, both Ms. Sherry Seaman and Mr. Baum held the committee meeting and had a meeting with I'm trying to think of
our consultant,
with our consultant as well. So we do have an
team.
Update there for you. I don't know if it's Ms. Sherry is going first or you, Mr. Baum.
Yeah, Miss Sherry can take this one away.
We had a virtual health insurance or insurance committee meeting last week, in which we were talked, of course, the biggest topic right now is the pandemic that's going on and how that is affecting insurance. And as we know, it's just like everything else. We don't know exactly what the picture is going to look like yet. And so there's a lot of speculation and a lot of I guess maybe just trying to give the best estimated guess as to what it's going to look like, trying to figure out all of the factors that might be included. But some of the things that we do know for sure is that with our insurance policy, that our general fund has had to pay about $1 million in the health insurance plan. And that while the health insurance plan is going to get some of the reimbursement through our stop loss, the general fund is still going to have to be restored. And so we already know that our health insurance plan at some point, it's going to go up for sure. And it just seems like everything goes up instead of getting deductions. But we do know that especially after this, there's going to be a bigger increase, I believe, than anticipated. And so our stop loss, which did help us this past year, we're anticipating an increase of about 20% for next year. And so medical is trending at about a 5 to 6% increase, about a 5.7. And then pharmacy, as you can imagine, is going up also at around about 8. And so we do expect the plan to be more expensive this next year. And so in order to do that, then the district has to start considering, do we want to have the employee pick up some of those expenses? And if so, how much? And then also, if not, then what is the district able to pick up? And I know it's all interwoven, and when one area doesn't have the revenue that we anticipate, then we have to cut somewhere. And so again, this is one of those situations where we just don't know. All we can do is give as much information to everyone as we can, and then hope that we are pulling the right information to make the best decision.
I might just add, if I could, this is about an $8 million enterprise for our district, and we are very, very fortunate to be on a self-insured plan. It gives us great flexibility that many of the other districts wish that they had, but it causes us to do a little bit more work. If we were on a TRS plan, employees would, the district would decide how much they wanted to contribute. The employees would pick their plan and write a check for the rest, and we go on down the road. We think our employees deserve better than that. They deserve more than that. But we'll always want to keep in the back of our minds a comparison between our plan and the TRS plan, and we want to remain solvent with our plan. It'd be nice to even build up some reserves that we don't have, and then there's always going to be always going to be give and take. The district. I don't recall. I know, Sherry, do you recall what we pay per employee per month?
$355, I believe it is, somewhere around there.
So the state requires us to pay $225 per employee per month, and we are 50% more than that, and we are doing our employees a great service there. But as we look at how we generate additional revenues within the plan to take care of the expenditures, it's obvious who our employees are going to want to pick that up. They're going to want the district to pick that up. But as we talk through this and we see some of the financial difficulties that we are apt to experience in the coming years, there has to be great consideration to that, and probably should be some give and take on everybody's part. But we also will need to consider plan design. And are we doing the best that we can do with our plan design? Is there a different pharmacy benefit that we can avail ourselves of? Is there is there a clinic network or something that it just, my point is that we can't just let this come to us. We're going to have to actively seek solutions, and there may be some changes involved, but it's for the betterment of everybody. We've got to remember that and make sure that our plan survives and thrives.
Thank you, Mr. Baum.
I'm sorry if there's any questions there, but we did also want to share the process of the RFQ as well that Mr. Doucette has been working on as well, just to give a brief update there as we move forward with the RFP and a consultant.
Right. So as Mr. Baum was saying, there's going to need we're going to have to consider some change. And one of those, as everyone is aware so far, we are going to issue an RFP for a risk management consultant and employee benefit services provider to that end. So we'll be publishing that, issuing it on, it'll be advertised this Sunday, and we're going to extend the evaluation process a little further. I don't want to fast track this through and just, pick somebody based on a paper presentation. So we're going to do an interview process and go through the whole best and final offer scenarios and everything. So we'll present that to the board in June with our recommendation on the service provider for that RFP. I'd be happy to answer any questions if I could.
Mr. Rodriguez, I have some questions.
Yes, Ms. Prado, please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know if the question is directed to Mr. Doucette or Mr. Baum, I guess, or Sherry, probably Mr. Doucette, because he's been involved in the consultant issue that we were dealing with last year. Has that been resolved, or we are no longer using what was Gallagher as our consultant, or is he still under contract?
Under contract until June.
Until June, that's when it ends. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So bringing it to us in the June meeting, how is that going to affect our timeline as far as the process to get all the bids in and the recommendations? I don't want to see what happened last time where our employees were rushed to hurry up and get all this data inputted into the system.
No, ma'am, that shouldn't be affected at all.
Okay, so we'll be okay then if that comes to us in June.
Yes, ma'am. Again, as I said, we lengthened the process just because our statute is we advertise for 2 weeks, accept the proposals, and we can select a provider the day that we open them. I don't want to do that. I want to get the proposals process through and go through an interview process, much like we did when we selected the provider for our health insurance this year. So we'll definitely get the committee involvement on that as well.
And the committee that you're talking about is the employee committee that the district currently has?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Has that changed? Because sometimes that committee doesn't change. We try and get new employees that come in to be a part of the committee. Has that committee changed at all?
Ms. Sherry, I don't think the makeup of the committee has changed.
There have been, I think two members have switched out, or one member has switched out. But many of the committee members, well, they've been there since I've been there, but that's not really saying a whole lot. But I think that they've been on there a few years, and the majority of the members on the committee are they're understanding how insurance works and what the district has to look for. And so they're not just the recipients of using insurance and talking to their cohorts, but they're also understanding, when you get into some of the technical terms, like you talk about stop loss. Before I came in here, I didn't know what that meant. And so but the committee, they've been educated, and so they understand, like I said, they have a better overall picture of the situation. And so, like I said, I believe there's one, maybe two new members since I've been here.
Okay. The other question that I have is, we're still self-funded, and I guess what I'm hearing is that the district has to put in $8 million for the self-funding account in order for this to continue?
No, ma'am. Let me clarify that. The whole plan is an $8 million enterprise. The district is contributing almost $400 per employee per month. Okay, right. So on a year-round basis, it's close to $500, probably closer to $450 per employee per month. The employees themselves are all paying premiums based on the plan that they select. But if you take all of the district's contributions and all of the employee contributions, and you're putting about an $8 million account together annually that you're liquidating. And my point in mentioning the value was only this, and I don't want to understate the importance of having an employee-based committee looking at our health plan. But that's a lot of money, a lot of responsibility, a lot of budget, and I think that leadership could take a greater amount of involvement in that, and there are a lot of big decisions related to that plan, and we should give it adequate attention as a district and as district leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Baum. Mr. Doucette, the RFP, you said it's for a consultant, risk management, and employee benefits provider. Is that all? Is that because I think in the past it was just for a consultant. Are you asking the RFPs requesting that they be able not only be our consultant, but the risk management? Explain that title to me.
Yes, ma'am. So the trend around the area is a risk management consultant and employee benefits services. You can just give me 1 second. I'll pull up the actual title that I have it out.
While he's looking at that, I'll chime in, and we are basically contracting those with specific expertise in those areas to help us fashion a plan, help us put a list of providers together.
Okay, so all you're asking is for the consultant to be have an expertise in those areas.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
The RFP title is Risk Management Employee Benefit Consulting Service.
Consulting service. Okay.
Yep. And if you give me just 1 second, I'll open this up and I'll kind of give you just a brief overview of what we're asking for, some of the expectations, and
Is the RFP on the website?
it is not published yet. No, ma'am.
It will be Sunday, Mrs. Prado.
Yeah. So minimum qualification is obviously the consultant must not underwrite any line of commercial or personal insurance. They have to have worked at least 3 comparable clients that are K-12 school districts with at least 10,000 enrollment. Liability insurance, we need 2 principals qualified to represent South San ISD that have either a CIC, CEBS, or other designation. And we've got a couple of requirements that we're asking them for in there as well. All property insurance programs and several others as well. So it's a pretty comprehensive RFP versus going with an RFQ where just, send me your qualifications and we'll pick the best one based on that. It's a lot more detailed.
All right. Mr. Doucette, I just want to make sure that we don't run into the same situation we had with our previous consultant regarding his participation in some of those programs and his benefiting from that. So I don't know what we're going to do to make sure that's not happening, but I want to make sure that that's not something we're going to be ending up having to deal with again.
I will tell you, I'll do my level best to ensure that doesn't happen. And again, I can't attest to how it was presented or how it was selected last time. I can tell you going forward, we'll definitely do our best to not make that same mistake.
All right.
I'm aware of the board's concerns, and we'll ensure that whatever contract emerges from this,
That's correct.
Their ability to do that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Doucette and Mr. O'Hanlon. That's all I have.
Mr. Rodriguez.
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Prado. Mr. Rasco, did you have any remarks on this or questions on this item?
No, sir. I'm A-okay.
Okay, great. Just really quickly, a couple of comments. Yes, I agree with. Well, first, we want to, we go above and beyond to ensure that we're being transparent with our community, with our employees. I just want us to be mindful and be selective on what we communicate and when. So it appears to me that we're doing our best to ensure that decisions regarding our health insurance are made that are in the best interest of our employee, their families, and while it's something that the school district can sustain. So I'm completely on board with Mr. Baum's assessment and leadership taking more of a role in making these types of decisions or giving an abundance of input to put us in the best possible position to provide the services that we've been providing and care for our employees and their families, and making sure that we're being fiscally responsible at the same time for our school district. So again, it looks like we have some opportunity here for you guys to earn your pay, right, and do all the work that's required to make sure that we're accomplishing that. So again, I know it's tough. There's a lot going on, and this COVID-19 thing is just it's creating a mess. But I have an extreme confidence in the superintendent and her team to get it all sorted out and put us in a good position going into the next academic year. So and leading up to whatever decision is going to wind up being made regarding our health insurance, we want to make sure that we're benefiting and it's sustainable and it's a wise decision all the way around. So thank you very much for your input, Mr. Baum and Ms. Seaman. And Ms. Sendejo, and Mr. Doucette. So I certainly look forward to making sure that we do exactly that. So thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the 2020-2021 compensation plan. Ms. Sendejo?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Really, it's just that time of the year we wanted to share that when I say we, Mr. Doucette, myself, Mr. Baum, and let me tell you that has been a tremendous support for us and guidance in just the realm of this academic school year and what we've been able to accomplish. Our constant meetings throughout each week have assisted us to continue strengthening and even so at times even aligning. So really that is just that. I know Mr. Baum is going to speak a little more specifically to some of the processes, some of the meetings. I did share previously with our trustees in my weekly report that we are joining along the Region 20, specifically here, superintendents and CFOs twice a month, just really on budget and numbers and what conversations are being had on just about every topic from graduation, you name it. And one of them clearly in particular is the compensation plan and the unknowns of where our budget stands moving forward. Thankfully, there are some formulas coming to us. So there isn't really anything specific at this time, but we're working with what we have. And I just wanted to turn it over to Mr. Baum on that and see if there's anything else he wants to add.
Well, it was April 9th, just over a year ago, when the Speaker of the House and the Chairman of the House Ed, Representative Dan Huberty and Representative Dennis Bonnen, set and delivered some of the provisions of House Bill 3 that we had so anxiously awaited. And the biggest part of House Bill 3, as we know, was teacher compensation. And we were able to put a lot of money in the hands of educators. I'm a firm believer that we'll never be able to pay them enough, but HB 3 was a great shot in the arm to those who stand and deliver to our students. But the greatest concern surrounding House Bill 3, as you talk to legislators and school administrators alike, was its sustainability. And we know that from a biennial approach that we feel good about it up against a crisis such that we are now. We need to be very cautious as we move forward with a compensation plan. As Ms. Sendejo alluded to, we have been in conversation with other Region 20 leaders and other statewide leaders, and I have yet to hear of a district that is planning a meaningful compensation increase. And as we talk about the budget, I think you'll see why under normal circumstances we weren't set to get a big shot in the arm like we did last year. So you can't play checkers and make two big jumps and clear two hurdles at once. But with the crisis that we're facing, the uncertain times that we are facing, I think it would be prudent for us to proceed with an abundance of caution, and that caution right now. And again, it's not a decision that gets made today. There is an item on the calendar. I'll tell you when it is real quick. Let's see here. Compensation plan, June 17th. We intend to ask the board to adopt the 2021 compensation plan. So, we've got less than 2 months to do that. There will be a lot of things that reveal themselves in the next 2 months, but it's not particularly rosy right now. And I think it would be disingenuous for us to be talking in terms of making significant increases to our compensation plan. So that's just kind of a placeholder in the discussion. It's what we need to be talking about. It's what we need to be preparing for and thinking about as we move forward. So I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
Thank you, Mr. Baum. Committee members, do we have any questions?
I don't have questions, but I have, I guess I do, a question for Mr. Baum. Or maybe Ms. Sendejo, because she meets with the superintendents. There was an article out today in the Express News that speaks to the big concern that all districts have for the next school year. Can you hear me?
We can now.
And so, and the picture is not pretty. and they too are having to deal with budgets. And some districts are saying we may not be able to pay raises, and I think I agree with Mr. O'Hanlon. It doesn't look good, or I said it doesn't look pretty. So we're going to have to really take a good look at that, especially not knowing what funding we're going to get for the next biennium. I suspect we're going to get cuts because of the economy and oil. It's not selling, and everything that the COVID-19 is affecting. But that concerns me. So the other thing that concerns me is if we're not, let's just say we're not able to give compensations, then do we really want to cut our contribution to their insurance, if any? So there's a lot of ifs, a lot of things we have to look at that are going to impact our employees. A lot of them have been, although they've been lucky, they've been getting paid. So that was a good thing. But, I'm sure some of them had other jobs besides just teaching, maybe to help with their pay. So the districts are really concerned, and Ms. Sendejo, I'm sure you've been involved in their meetings with how are they going to handle the upcoming budget. The other thing we need to start looking at is, and hopefully we never have to do that, is the policies, DFF, DFFA, DFFB, and DFFC, which is, of course, is the reduction in force. I hope we never have to use that, but it's something that I think we should become familiar with, just in case. You never know. And I can tell you, one of the superintendents, maybe it was Dr. Woods. He resurrected the 2010, 2011, the cuts that we took from TEA back then. And I don't know, Mr. Baum, I'm sure you were at some district back then, and they had to deal with the cuts. But we at South San, I'm the only one that's left that went through that. And let me tell you, it was the toughest thing to do, because we had to cut. I think we had like a $6 million deficit, and we had to come up with money. So to decide where do you cut is not easy. And remember, it's the board that makes that decision. The superintendent makes the recommendations, but we ultimately decide where the cuts are coming from. So it was devastating, especially knowing that 83, maybe 85% of our budget is payroll. And, so if you're going to save, that's where it's going to have to come from. Most of it, I think. So let's hope that we don't have to go that route. But I think at some point, especially with so many new board members, they're not familiar with what the reduction in force is, probably have not even looked at the policies because they don't have a need to. But we have to be prepared in case that day comes. So I just wanted to bring that up. I'm having flashbacks, and it was horrible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prado. Mr. Rasco, any comments or questions on this item?
Mr. Rodriguez, my apologies. I did want to reply to Mrs. Prado, if I may.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Mrs. Prado, you are 100% on that. We have had numerous conversations when it comes to many of those unknowns. I will tell you, one of the best processes that we've been able to experience this school year, and it couldn't have happened at a better time, was our FTE process review that we have finalized and finished. In addition to that, working with Dr. Gropo and Mo Casey, and you'll see that's the next transition is into our staffing study. We had conversations about enrollment, obviously, and other potential areas that we can consider just to review. And I know you and I have had conversations in the past, and I kind of ask you, give me some historical perspective in certain areas, because we have really taken the opportunity to study some of these areas. And I really do feel that that is going to benefit us moving forward as we do prepare and be mindful of where and how and when all this is going to take place with so many unknowns. The other is there's constant questions that are being asked of us in that area of what are going to be the next steps. And I will tell you, even from, I'm going to share just a bit, just an update from Congressman Castro that we were able to be a part of yesterday on an additional aid that can come to our state. But thank you for bringing that up, and you, no doubt, we will definitely be mindful in those areas that we can make adjustments based on this information that we're receiving. Jeff?
Yeah, just a comment, Ms. Prado. Your comments about teacher pay and insurance premiums are spot on. But I want to remind everybody that there is once we increase something such as an insurance premium, we set a new standard for the high water mark. There is no way to recede from that amount. Teacher pay is exactly the same way. The district can't make a decision to cut teacher pay. And going back to 11, and it was a dark day in education, and we are paying the price for that today, because it's hard to get our young and brightest minds to enter education because of the experiences that were had by brother, sister, parents, grandparents, whoever during that time when we allowed school districts to enter into a furlough plan and send teachers home and not pay them for the days that they were counting on. It was a dreadful day. So I don't think that there is an administrator in the state or board member that's not going to be cognizant of what those days look like and do everything that we can do to protect our family, protect the staff. And we may ask some people to operate more lean than they otherwise would have. And that's why we consider things like class size and course offerings. And there is not anybody on this call that thinks that this is an easy business to do, this thing called education. And we just have to continue to meet that challenge each and every day. So I appreciate you acknowledging the perils of cuts for our employees.
Mr. Rodriguez, just one more comment to Ms. Sendejo's remarks. The extra money, Ms. Sendejo, you're referring to, it's the CARE federal package funding. Do we know how much money that the districts will be getting?
No, ma'am, not at the moment. The one that I'm actually speaking to, this one here in particular, is not going to kick in yet. Based on what Congressman Castro shared yesterday, he discussed specifically that there was a wave of funding that was allotted in two areas, one obviously being in the medical field, and the other one, Jeff, you might remember the first one there. And now it was coming into the third phase of education. So he did reach out to superintendents here in San Antonio and asked pretty much what would be some of those opportunities and how we can accept some of this aid to relieve some of the dollars that are costing each district. Of course, online academic came up, the needs to technology enhancements there. E-rate, because of the massive changes to your traditional face-to-face settings and now going into the online has really impacted what E-rate and some schools and districts and what those needs are. Some a little more dated than others, as well as summer feedings and how we can attain some of those dollars, because in reality, we are losing what we would normally not be losing. And higher education. The numbers and percentages are, between 15 and 20% lower, if not higher than that, of our students, our senior cohort of students, not moving forward into what they thought they could consider, especially with students in areas of higher poverty. So there are so many different conversations. Universities are experiencing less than 25% of normal enrollment into this next cohort of registration. So he definitely is wanting to know what needs are available or out there for our districts. And he wanted to have pretty much a list on that. So this is in addition to the CARE dollars now.
Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the districts are also, although they're going to be provided this extra federal funding, that they were kind of saying, if I was you, I wouldn't spend it. I would save it. So unless I'm wrong, Kevin, but I think that's what the guidance is yeah, you're going to get this money, but you better hold on to it and let's see what happens.
Yeah, there's a lot of strings attached. It's unclear to me what we're going to be able to do with it if and when we do get it.
I don't recall who it was yesterday on that call, but the total amount is $484 billion that the feds are distributing in this most recent aid packet, and it's not the stimulus monies that you speak of, Ms. Prado, that are coming to schools, and we will get some of that. But the 484 billion, there was 392 billion of that was aimed towards small business, and
small business was first phase.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, you might think about that for a second and see that as a knock on education, but you know, that is for the payroll protection payments, and then also disaster loans to small businesses, and that's one of our greatest concerns are the families that send their kids to these districts. That family has to remain viable. That family has to remain solvent, and those monies are going to those families, and hopefully that means that they are able to continue living a decent quality of life and give us the opportunity to further their education. So Congressman Castro's call was to ask ideas, and I really appreciated somebody's assertion: get the money to the state and let the state deliver it, which we know we'll see some in the education realm there.
That was
Martinez. Yes, but most importantly, take care of the families that are sending us the best they have each and every day. So I think there are great decisions that are being made, and they're not all going to be great. We know that, but we have to feel good that there are brighter times ahead for our nation.
Thank you, Ms. Prado. Did you have any further comments?
No further comments.
Mr. Rasco, any comments or questions on this item?
No, just very briefly. I hope that, with the uncertainty that's coming in the future, we're being very maybe conservative with our attrition and maybe holding back a reserve, because the last thing we want to have to do is start talking about a RIF process or anything like that. So I'm sure that y'all are keeping all of those things in balance moving forward, but I know that this is going to be some challenging times ahead for us all.
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Rasco, and I kind of want to echo those comments. Yes, certainly to Ms. Prado's point, we want to be prepared. It seems as if we're doing just that, preparing for whatever course of action the district would need to take in order to maintain, our fiscal position, right, in a positive way. Certainly, this is the what the budget committee is charged with, right, is working through these items, having these discussions, collaborating with the superintendent and her staff, and then collectively coming up with a recommendation that we can forward for consideration to the entire board of trustees. And it's exactly what we did last year. Taking the approach that we did with last year's compensation plan and the HB3, and certainly we were all excited for our teachers because they certainly deserve the world and more. But we did our due diligence and made sure that should something like this have happened, which it has, that we would be in a better position, not ideal, but a better position to make better decisions, more informed decisions that would hopefully not have as big an impact had the budget committee taken a different course of action the last budget process. So I know it's a lot of hard work, but that's why you guys get paid the big bucks, right? Certainly it's appreciated, and at the end of the day, yes, the teacher in the classroom is invaluable, and we are going to do everything that we can to honor that. So thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the staffing study update. Mr. Nejo?
Yes, sir. Mr. Rodriguez, on this, as you all recall, in our last budget meeting, we did talk about potential studies that we had considered, and really it really evolved for us because we also have an enrollment study to include withdrawal history, academic data review. This one in particular spoke to our secondary. This study in particular, I know that Dr. Gropel is with us. Our intent is to provide a report or a presentation in the main board meeting, but we did want to share with you that it was wrapped up. We are in the final stages. We've had multiple committee meetings with the staffing study and sharing some comments to the firm. And we should be seeing the finished product here in the next few days. So we're excited about that, but I would like to extend the opportunity for Dr. Gropel to share a few words, as he was involved alongside Ms. Catherine and other members of the team. Dr. Gropel?
Dr. Gropel, if you're there, we can't hear you.
He's there. I see he's muted.
Okay.
254. Who's texting him there? Mr. Baum is trying to get a hold of him. I see his number there, so hopefully it's just going to be a technical difficulty there. But I do want to share, in addition to that, Ms. Rodriguez, one of the primary focuses very early on that I had conversations with Dr. Hernandez as our executive principal there at South San High, was how would we maximize on staff between South San High School and West Campus High. So this allowed for that opportunity to come in and have those discussions. Fast forward a couple of months, we also had a conversation during our LSG presentation and CTE numbers and pathways that we had in place. And of course, the numbers that support those pathways. And so it allowed an opportunity to learn about the specific areas that perhaps our students just were not as involved or appealing to them. So this really captured that for us, that would allow those numbers to support decisions. And that's by far why I feel the importance of these studies couldn't have come at a better time for us, as we're having to make some of these decisions. We'll be able to better justify that based on 5-year data, some 10, depending on the study that was conducted. So I'm looking forward to sharing that final product with our Board of Trustees in a Friday report, so that you have some time to digest it before the actual presentation in May. I don't see Dr. Gropel coming on. Did he reply to you, Jess?
No, he's not.
I see his number on there, so I hope it's not because he has any, he's having technical difficulties there. Mr. Rodriguez, it's 5:18, just for time's sake. I welcome any question that I can answer, as I've been working very, very closely with the firm and the committee within our team that we created as well. So any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. But it was really just an update to share with you that we wrapped up those pieces, and we're excited what's to come for decisions on our end.
Thank you, Ms. Alejo. Committee members, are there any questions?
What do you think?
No, sir.
Mr. Rodriguez, I'll reserve my questions for the presentation at the May meeting.
Okay, Ms. Prado, thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Alejo, thank you for that. I think we all are anticipating that data. So when the time comes, we'll assess it, and then we look forward to any recommendations you and your team may have going forward. So thank you very much for that. The next item on the agenda is the 2020-2021 budget process. Ms. Sendejo?
We do. We have an update, and we also have the calendar there that Mr. Baum will speak to. I wanted to make note, Mr. Rodriguez, that Dr. Gropel was also going to help us and speak to the biennium Lieutenant Governor update. I do have a snippet of info there that I can give you. He says that he's screaming, and for some reason we can't hear him on that end. So we asked him to check out and maybe check back in and see if that helps him on that. But I'll transition over to Mr. Baum, as we did make some updates to the revised calendar that our Board of Trustees received 2 weeks ago.
Mr. Rodriguez, if I may, there's no backup on this item. Is there something that can be shown on the screen?
Yes, there are a couple of slides that will be forthcoming.
Okay.
Lawman running the slides, I guess, is that?
Yes.
Scott, if you would jump forward 3 slides to the budget calendar, if you would, please, sir. One more. There we go. Okay. There's a couple of things that I've got out of order on this, but this is the budget calendar. As you see, we stand here today, April 22nd, with the budget committee meeting. The opportunity to visit with each one of them one-on-one to answer their questions, and as you can imagine, it's of course this week has been about the building up to this meeting and also the board meeting to follow. And we'll turn the page tomorrow and get back into the nuts and bolts of the budgeting process. But I want to visit. I actually have had several principals that have called and asked some good questions relating to timing of procurement, things of that nature. But I think it was well received. If it wasn't, nobody told me. But anyway, I'm excited for the opportunity to visit with them, walk them through, hold hands where necessary. And then enlist the leadership of some of those that have a good handle on it as we go forward in helping others. So those meetings will probably take more than the 7 days that you see there. But as we move forward, we've got a to be determined budget committee meeting on the 5th 6 weeks. We'll get with Mr. Rodriguez and get a date on that if there's not already one set. The next date you see is April 30th. Mr. Lolliman, you might advance to that next slide. The deadline for preliminary values from the Central Appraisal District, we talked about that, and that's where the synthesis will come in, and we'll talk about some of the things that we're considering at this point here momentarily. And then May 15th, that's 3 very short weeks, we will present the preliminary budget to Ms. Sendejo, and that is what we call the first blush. It is not going to look a whole lot like what will be adopted by you as the Board of Trustees in August, but it will be a starting place. Was encouraged this week. Several staff members had a conference with Skyward, who is our software platform, and we continue. Skyward has been around forever. The iteration of software that we are using is brand new. Okay, it is a very immature process. It's hugely capable, but we've got a lot of learning to do internally, and we made some good strides on that. I guess it was Friday of last week, about 1 to 4. We had a conference call with them, which will help us with our staffing. And as you know, with it being 85% of our budget, it's critical that be locked down accurate. Because if you have a 10% variance on 85% of your budget, then you're 8.5% off at the end of the day, and we don't need that. So we will get those things in place before we present that first budget to the superintendent and ensure that she is on board with it. And then we will visit on May 20th with the entire board in a workshop setting on the budget. So that will be the big rollout of the first look at it. And again, it's early in the process. We have time, but we set these deadlines up. We set these checkpoints up so we can ensure that we're progressing through it. And then we'll have an additional budget committee meeting separate and apart from the board. And then we will also have a board workshop again on June 17th. That's where we will look at the compensation plan. June 25th is the statutory deadline for certified values. There's always a chance for something to go awry there. But again, we'll soldier on, and maybe it was Mr. O'Hanlon that said you adopt the budget because you have to, and then if we have to come back and amend it, we will. And then the rest of those dates are calendar dates where we proceed forward. The next slide. I'm sorry. Any questions about the calendar before we proceed?
O'Hanlon here. I got a request. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. We need to add another date or a couple of dates on this calendar.
Okay.
the way the Chapter 21 of the Education Code works, if you the most efficient way, if we're going to have to, if we're overstaffed, is to do it via a non-renewal rather than a termination. The RIF process is easier and it is way cheaper in terms of the process, because we don't have to hire outside hearing officers appointed by TEA. Also, the hearings are going to be in front of the board on a non-renewal. Non-renewal notices have to be sent out, have to be delivered, not sent out, have to be delivered to the recipients at least 10 days prior to the last date of instruction. The last day of instruction is, I don't even know. When is the last day of instruction? It's going to be a little murky under the current circumstances. Do you know what that is? Anybody?
Are you talking for this year?
Yeah.
That would be May 20th, would be 10 days before.
The 30th is the last day of instruction, 31st is the last day of instruction?
Is that 10 academic days, 10 calendar days?
10 calendar days.
10 calendar days?
Yeah.
Sherry is on.
The last day of instruction should be May 27th, if I'm not mistaken, of instruction. Now, of teacher contracts, it's the 28th. So I was going by teacher contracts and then counting back, so we had to have them hand delivered by May 18th.
No, it's the last day of instruction. It's not the last day of work.
Okay, the last day of instruction with students there when teachers are in teaching class is May, I'm sorry, it is the 28th.
Okay. So I have to have them delivered 10 days before, which means on the 17th, which means it takes a little while to write them, and we got to get them approved by the board. So we need those dates at least on somebody's calendar. Or if we have to go through a termination, if we miss that date, we're going to have to go through the termination process, which is a lot more expensive and one at a time. And I would just assume not have to incur that expense. So I think we need to get some idea about staffing somewhat prior to that date.
Okay. So, Mr. O'Hanlon, what we will do is we'll come back together and propose some dates and reach out for next steps as well.
Okay, so we need board decision on the non-renewals. My guess is somewhere around the 10th of May. So we have to get the letters out and into people's hands.
Are you talking about non-renewals and termination as a part of the budget process or part of the sustainability of instructional delivery?
Well, if we know that we're going to have to reduce, pick a number, 10 teachers, or teachers of certain kind, it is, and in terms of doing that, then we should do it before the 10th or before the 28th. They need to get the notice. The 18th, actually, they need to get the notice on the 17th of May or before, because if we can get them the notice by then, it's good. The transactional costs of going through a challenge of that decision is way less. So it pays significant dividends in terms of the expenditure of district funds, overall district funds, by making those decisions early. All right, and so we recommend that we process, if we know that people are going to go. You can still terminate them afterwards, but it just costs a lot more in terms of the transactional costs. So we may have to do that in a couple times, but if we can avoid it, we should. Because it's going to save a significant amount of money to the district. So I'm going to ask that in order to expedite the process, and My guess is there's going to be more contests in this environment because jobs are precious in terms of where we are right now. So I think maybe that won't happen, but I would think that people are going to fight to hang on to their jobs more likely now because they can't just go on down the road and get the next one. So there's a premium on making this decision in early May. It's going to save the district a lot of costs in terms of the transactional costs of doing it.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hanlon. I think Ms. Sendejo has a takeaway on that to have those conversations and then solicit feedback. Ms. Sendejo, I think you got that.
Yes, sir. I also wanted to apologize to Mrs. Prado because we did say last committee meeting that we will automatically upload the budget calendar, and we failed to do that. So that's why you don't see it on there, Mrs. Prado.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez, I have a question for Mr. O'Hanlon.
Yes, ma'am.
Kevin, does that include Chapter 21 administrator contracts?
Yes.
Okay, so those dates apply to administrator contracts as well?
Yes.
Okay, and does the rule also apply during a rift?
The answer is yes. Okay. The reason is that you can do a RIF as a termination, or you can do a RIF as a non-renewal. Okay. But if I do it as a termination, I've got to go through the TEA hearing process and get a hearing officer and pay for that, and the court reporters and all that other stuff. And if we do it as a non-renewal, same criteria. That it's just the transaction costs will be a hearing in front of the board. They're generally going to be shorter. There isn't a discovery. So it's going to be a lot cheaper to do. The reason is the same in each case. It is still a reduction in force, but it's just the transactional costs to getting to that end will be a lot less if we do it early.
Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Hanlon.
Just want to give everybody a heads up. It's 5:33 now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Doucette. Are there any other committee members, any other questions or comments on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, now we'll move on to the next item, which is the COVID-19 provisions. Ms. Sendejo?
Yes, sir. Mr. Rodriguez, we do have just some provisions to share. Mr. Doucette has that list for us that we will share with you, and any additional updates there. There it is. Thank you, Scott.
So just real quick, in relation to the COVID-19 provisions, we've got our application processed with FEMA. We've got our username and password for the district set up. Just waiting on the FEMA date for me to go through the trainings that are required during the COVID-19 pandemic. We've also registered with the Texas Department of Emergency Management for grant programs or any funds that would be available for that as well. As far as tracking expenditures for the COVID-19, we're going to set up our sub objects and then reclass those expenditures to that. Right now, we're just putting a provision on their purchase order that says the COVID-19 related purchase. To date, the biggest thing we've done is obviously the technology for distance learning. We are looking at acquiring some hotspots for some of our families that don't have access to internet, that we're still giving them the paper packets and stuff now. So those expenditures may be reimbursed. Again, it's just a lot of tracking that we're doing on our part. The application for aid is about 31 pages long, so I'll definitely be losing sleep over that to get that processed, and that's an expedited application. I hate to see what the real application is. As far as PPE for our personnel here, we do have some. As you well know, everybody's in a fight for it. We've got some vendors that are going to help us out. We should get delivery of some masks and gloves tomorrow, and then follow-ups again next week. Most of it, what we're getting is disposable, so we're just going to have to keep going through that process, and we're doing that as diligently as we can. I don't want to try to hoard everything and hurt everybody else around the state just to get our stuff taken care of. So we're ordering appropriately and covering that as well. Just wanted to kind of give an update too. Some of you may have gone out to the food service lines. One of the things we did purchase some canopies and fans to help alleviate some of the heat out there for the child nutrition workers, and I think they were very appreciative of that. So that's really about the only updates that I have on the provisions. Again, it's just a very fluid situation. So as we get information, I'm acting on it as best I can and moving forward. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now. And I bored Ms. Prado.
Okay, like you said, committee members, do we have any questions or comments on this item?
I have none.
No, sir.
Okay. I just have one, Mr. Josette. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know I certainly have had some conversations with Ms. Anejo regarding any COVID-19 provisions that we may be able, any related expenses we may be able to recoup. So it looks like you guys are on top of that. Just really quick on the, you mentioned purchasing some items. Just making sure that we are accounting for that. I know there's a dollar figure tied to that, and whether it's an asset and depreciation, I get that piece, but nevertheless, making sure that we are being diligent in accounting for any of those items that we purchase would be my hope. So I hope that's being done. But thank you very much for your work on that, Mr. Doucette. Don't stay up too late reading through all that material.
Not at all. I think Mr. Baum wants to jump in real quick.
Yeah, I will take full responsibility for the misplacement of that slide, the COVID-19 slide. Mr. Lallemand is fast forwarding to a slide called developmental budget assumptions. This is regarding the 2021 budget cycle, and I want to talk about these things because it's going to be like a broken record. These are something that we will address because these are really the big four as it relates to our budget development process, and then also the seeing our budget through. Enrollment and ADA are super critical. Our tax values and the subsequent collections, our comp ed census block data, and then state property values. If you consider all of the conversation that we had regarding the current pandemic and the challenges that we face, every one of these could be impacted by that. Okay. If anybody could tell me exactly what our enrollment was going to be, the ADA that it was going to generate, the values in their collections, the comp ed, the budget would be easy. The revenue projection would be easy. But we have got families that are hurting. We've got families that are displaced. We have got families that are either homeless or will become homeless because of circumstances, and we don't know who, with God's grace, is going to walk in the door of our campuses, and there's less certainty to that today than in any budget year that any of us have ever faced. So tax values, the same thing. I know that tax values are set in January for collections, so the values are not going to be so much of an issue, other than we don't know what they are yet. But the collections could be problematic, that we could see a reduction in the amount of money that we see. So we will budget an amount, but we are going to have to closely monitor and adjust that amount. Same thing with the comp ed census block data. We know what our students will look like if they show up, but we don't know who's coming. So therefore, we don't know how many students we will have in each census block. And then state property values that are used to determine our local share. The formula that changed within House Bill 3 shows that we are to use current year values. The best we've got right now are preliminary values. We don't have certified values to use for the 1920 budget. And so that makes it even harder to project what they're going to be for the 2021 budget. So I have developed a couple of slides. This is the next slide that you will see is our enrollment in ADA. Scott, if you would get down there. Okay. And I know this looks kind of weird with the data elements on there, the data amounts, but if you'll just focus on the blue line, this is our ADA trend over the last 10 years. Okay. The last one that you see there, 7,030 on the end, that is simply a projection. That is a loss of exactly 400 ADA over where we were this year, where we're going to finish this year. The year prior to that, we lost 400. The year, the year prior to that, we lost a little over 300. So we are using a trend line. Now then, the trend that you see was under what were perceived as normal circumstances. We're not in the normal circumstance world. We can trend that down further. We can assume less. And when we meet again, I will give you multiple scenarios to say if our ADA was 7,000, this is what we would generate. If it were, 6,850, this is what it would generate. And as we get closer and closer to adoption, we'll have to land on some numbers. But we are a declining enrollment district. It's not, you hear about fast growth and fast decline. We are not fast decline, but until we see a flattening of that line or a reversal of that line, we have to consider ourselves declining enrollment. And that's okay. We don't have to have 8,000 students. We don't have to have 10,000. We don't have to have 12,000. We just have to do the absolute best for the people that entrust us with their children. So I wanted to show you this trend. And then the next slide is our tax values and subsequent collections. We are up to almost $2 billion in values. Okay. So our tax collections should go up. Our values are going up. Tax collections should go up, but that is only a small component of what we get. 75% of our money still comes from the state in the form of ADA. It's not about tax collections, although that does contribute to it. So as we move forward with the budget, I'm very interested in knowing what your opinions are on this. But just on the surface, I am thinking that we are experiencing about a 5.4% decline in enrollment. Same thing on census block data, because those kids are a product of the overall enrollment figure. And then our property values, we are trending at about a 6% increase on both local and state values. And of course, collections will be the same, about a 6% increase. What are your thoughts on those assumptions just as we begin to build revenue?
Committee members, any comments?
I wish we had a crystal ball that we could look into. I think the presentation did property value. I think that's encouraging somewhat. It just depends. The loss of another.
Can you start over again? You were breaking up a little bit. Sorry.
Okay. I think Mr. Baum presented on the property values. I think that's a good thing. They keep going up. Of course, we don't know what the state is going to provide us for funding. But I think the concern I have is the loss of enrollment. We're projecting another 400 kids. That's this coming school year. Is that right, Mr. Baum?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So we've got to do, there's got to be more that we can do to try and stabilize that and go out and bring our kids back to us. Like you said, so many have probably been misplaced. We don't know where they're at, or they've had to move. And that's going to be a challenge, but we really have to focus on bringing these kids back to the district, because that's going to have a real impact on our budget.
Thank you, Ms. Prado. Mr. Roscoe. Mr. Roscoe, did you have some comments?
No, I just second what Connie said. We have to focus on getting our families to return to us, and I'm optimistic that some of the things that we have in place, like our P-Tech campus, and will help make that happen. So I think enrollment's going to be the thing that really drives a lot of our decisions moving forward.
Yeah, I certainly agree with the comments from Ms. Prado and Mr. Rasco. One thing that's, again, a half glass full, optimistic person that I am is that we have, I see the efforts from Ms. Sendejo and her staff, in not being complacent and just looking at that blue line and just folding our arms and saying, well, that's what it is. We're trying. She's trying. Her and her staff are working to try to to increase enrollment, to level that line out. And I think with all the collective efforts, with the staffing study and all the other things that are going on, gathering all that data, along with everything that Mr. Baum is presenting and kind of allowing us to make a fully informed decision with the Board of Trustees to make fully informed decisions going forward. And this is just an unfortunate situation that we're in with this crisis that all school districts are having to deal with. But certainly, we want to attract and maintain our enrollment, right? The kids that we have, and bring more kids to our school district. So. Whatever those conversations are, if somebody sends me an invite, I'll gladly attend. And if I got to go stand out on the corner of Rayleigh and Five Palms with a sign saying enroll now, then I'll go do that too. But making the most fully informed decision that we can for the sake of our school district is ultimately what we're charged with, and I look forward to doing that. So, or participating in that. The last item on the agenda is the biennium Lieutenant Governor update. Ms. Sendejo. Can anybody hear me?
My bad.
Our DJ let us down, Mr. Baum said. We have been working closely with Dr. Gropel, and he is on the line, so he will be able to give us an update as well. Mrs. Prado also had shared, as you know, Mr. Rodriguez, an email with questions in regards to our state reps as well. So we have made some contact there and have an update there from Dr. Gropel. Can you hear us there, sir?
Well, I've been able to hear you all night. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Wow, a miracle. Well, I need to be brief here. First thing I was going to say was I've been to over 800 school board meetings, and I had never sat in one for an hour without saying anything, but gosh, that almost made 2 hours. To making contact with our state representatives, let me say a couple of things there. I know our lead lobbyist tried to get in touch with one, and I think maybe someone else made an attempt as well, but we weren't able in our case to get any return phone calls. But in all honesty, in the circumstances where we find ourselves, the best places to revenue and all the projections are with TEA, are with the comptroller's office, Mo Casey, places like that are your best sources at this point in time. You may or may not be aware, the Commissioner of Education had an update every day for 2 or 3 weeks, and his update is every Tuesday and Thursday now. We follow that. Mo Casey follows that with a Wednesday, Friday update on our Texas School Policy Network. And so while we certainly always want to keep in contact with our elected officials, we probably have a better avenue to get really accurate numbers than that. As some have indicated, we were very optimistic really funded or very close to fully funded. The precipitous drop in oil prices has been a huge detriment and makes things a bit more iffy. But the thing that I think we can bank on is unless we have an incredible uptick in the economy over the next 18 plus months, the next legislative session is going to be at least as dreadful as 2010, 2011. I think as Prado mentioned earlier when public ed lost $4 billion. So we're definitely keeping up with the numbers. We actually wrote to and got a response from the guy at TEA, Leo Lopez, who is the person determining the formula that Jeff mentioned earlier. We have a former comptroller employee who is keeping track of what's going on in the comptroller's office as they actually speculate what might occur and that sort of thing. So without bragging, you have representatives in really good places to give you current information. Casey had a couple webinars, one having to do with accountability, one having to do with finance, and in those two we had almost 450 attendees. So people are thirsty for knowledge right now. And I'll close by saying I haven't found in this terrible time of pandemic and other issues that Jeff has so aptly described, I haven't found the group working any harder than these people that are serving you this evening. And I'm confident, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the results of their work, which will come to fruition absolutely no later than August 31st, will be something you can be proud of. Maybe they won't be something that you would have wanted, but the effort is there, the quality is there, and the best result we can produce will be there. So all kudos to the team, the FTE team, I think they call themselves, and we appreciate the opportunity to serve you. Oh, one other little thing. Kevin mentioned earlier that taxable values are set on January 1st. I would say that we should take every opportunity that we have to remind people of that. I doubt that very many people actually know that. We know it. We need to let people know it so they better understand the full set of circumstances facing them. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Gropel. I did also want to share.
Thank you, guys.
Can you hear me there, Mr.
Go ahead,
Rodriguez?
ma'am.
Just wanted to share that HB3, there was a HB 330 via the TEA, and the next HB 330 is scheduled for June 24th with the commissioner. I do anticipate him doing it a lot sooner than that. Once we do receive word on it, we will definitely share that as far as the update that he may have that is related to the funding. But if any questions, Mr. Rodriguez, that's all we have on the agenda item.
Okay.
Mr. Rodriguez, I have one request. Ms. Sendejo,
Yes, ma'am.
would you send me all the presentations that were presented today?
Excuse me, Mrs. Powell. Michelle uploaded them.
Okay, so you're on board now?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
they've been on board book today. So they were up there whenever you had sent them to me, Jeff. They've been up there since, I think it was maybe around 4. Or no, I'm sorry, around 3. It was about an hour before our meeting started.
An hour before. Okay, all right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Rodriguez, that's all we have.
Okay. Committee members, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion.
I
And second?
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned. 5:56. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody's home is really quiet.
I kicked everyone out.
Me too.
Lock the dogs up, so maybe you won't have to hear them bark.
Oh, I forgot about my dog. Well, I'm gonna have horrible during the pledge and prayer. Let's get that out.
Connie, there's Connie.
Hello.
Hi, Connie.
Hi. I'm here.
I can't get the sound. I guess I'm on, but I don't know how. How do you get the sound on?
Good evening, everyone. Before we get started, if everybody can mute your audio until you're recognized to speak, please.
Where? Here we go.
Good evening.
Hi, Miss Alejo.
I can't even hear on this. Is this or do I unplug it?
Yeah, just you can.
I can't hear it either. Oh. No.
Ms. Anejo, all of our board members are in the meeting.
I think we're missing one. They're trying to figure it out still.
Who is it?
Flores.
I saw him in here.
Our board
There he
book
is.
playing.
Yeah, he's here.
Okay.
All around.
Okay, let me look at it, Mr. Roscoe.
Unless they have it on mute.
Good evening.
It's 6:01. I can't even tell if I'm on or not.
Yeah, one more time before I call the meeting to order, if you could
can't
please
hear
put
anything.
your audio on mute.
Oh,
I don't know
you're,
if
that's off. You're,
This? Okay, so now
We still have one stuck somewhere.
I can't.
We can wait a few more minutes.
This doesn't work. Right? It's all the way up.
it might be coming from here.
Board members, would you please check and make sure that you can access board book? I went in and re-unlocked it just to make sure it didn't happen what happened during the budget committee meeting. So you just make sure that you're able to access that info. It should be good to go.
Thank you, Michelle. Let's back up.
Where on here do you access board book?
I'm on the app on my iPad, Mrs. Prado.
Ms. Prado, you can go onto our district website and there's the board meeting book under the school board tab that has today's meeting and it'll open up to all of the agenda items.
How can I?
Members.
Can you see me?
I'm working. Exit out of the meeting.
Okay, how do you exit out?
I don't know how to do it. I only see myself.
Right here?
I only see myself. Wait a minute.
There you are.
Hi,
You're
Mrs.
fine,
Barba.
Barbara. We can see you. That's good. Mr. Flores, we're still having some issues with him, I believe.
Can y'all hear me?
Sorry,
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
I accessed board book and then I got out of the meeting.
You're gonna have to access through a different device, I believe, right, Michelle?
There you go.
We see you, Mrs. Prado.
Okay.
And I'm going to share the board book pages in the meeting, so y'all don't need to pull it up necessarily. I'll share them.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. Flores, are you good to go? You can hear us now, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're all set, Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay.
Mr. Locke, can everyone hear me okay?
Just really briefly, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Lalaman.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we just need everyone else to mute themselves, please, before we start the meeting.
Mr. Lalaman, I just wanted to verify Mr. Flores on. He has his own board book and his computer at home.
I'm sorry, can you say that again, ma'am?
Because you mentioned that you are going to project or present the document. But I do see that Mr. Flores is on voice on here. Just want to be sure that he has what he needs at home to access his board book.
It appears that he's on the computer. He's not on phone.
Oh, perfect. Got it.
I'm on. You can hear me, right?
I can.
Yes, sir, we can.
I can see everybody, but you can't see me, and then I could see the stuff. So.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, I
Yes,
can.
sir.
And I went ahead and muted a couple of people that were still not muted. So if you need to speak, make sure that you unmute yourself by going to the bottom of your screen and clicking the microphone button to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we're ready to go. The meeting is now called to order of the Board of Trustees. Regular board meeting. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, and the time is 6:06. Michelle, if we can have roll call, please.
Miss Stacy Alderete,
Present.
Mr. Gilbert Rodriguez,
Present.
Mrs. Connie Prado,
Present.
Miss Shirley Ibarra Peña,
Present.
Mr. Homer Flores,
Here.
Mr. Kevin Rasco,
Present.
Miss Veronica Barba.
Present.
Thank you, Michelle. If we can all participate in the Pledge of Allegiance, Texas Pledge, prayer, and the call to action.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it's
one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Please bow your head in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for keeping us healthy during this trying time. We are meeting here today to continue working for our students and our families. Give us the guidance to make the best decisions for our community and to help us navigate through this new normal. Please watch over us and keep us safe and healthy so we may meet again and continue working for our family. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Call to action. All students
Education experiences, employment, and improvements are enriching their lives and future they create.
Thank you very much. The first item on the agenda is the citizens to be heard. We did publish the email address, given the governor's suspension of some of the items on the Texas Open Meetings Act, but we have accommodated the public by being able to email comments to the school board. So at this time, board members, if you can check your email and see if there's any comments posted, I'll give you a couple of minutes there. The chair, recognizing that no comments for citizens to be heard were submitted, we'll move to the next item, which is the superintendent's report on academics, child nutrition, and district safety. Ms. Andeo.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, members of the board. Great to be here today as we transition to what would be our second meeting in this manner. So we kind of combined both the the superintendent comments and are just reporting just from what has transpired and how we've embraced our new normal for our families and our staff, as well as, gosh, the nation. With that being said, Mr. Lolliman, I do believe you have a PowerPoint. You can just transition over to that. Just several updates for our trustees and anyone that is joining us from our staff and of course our community as well. We and I myself, along with the staff, continuously provide updates and reports to our Board of Trustees. So I hope that this is not repetitive in any way, but we did want to share some additional specificity in regards to, of course, our nutrition staff, our safety, and the transition to our future within our district. We have sent out multiple letters to our community and our staff as we transition. As we know, on Friday, the governor extended closure until the end of the academic school year. Many questions are forthcoming, and our intent is to continue to provide updates to our families and our community on a weekly basis. Sometimes it's from day to day, just depending on what is taking place. And my hat's off to our instructional leaders, our principals that continuously update and share information to our students and our families. The contact is by far at the highest priority. We know that this is major to our enrollment and acknowledging what students we are capturing from day to day and how we're communicating as we continue these next few weeks into the month of May. What you will see is the first section there is just a distant learning, just a recap for us. Can you shift over, Mr. Lolliman, to the next slide there? Keep going there. Right there, yes. So round one, as you recall, happened, gosh, right in the middle of our spring break week. By that Friday, we, as a team, coordinators, directors, principals, were meeting. So we hit the ground running, and we definitely prioritized the distance learning and making that contact. So what you see here is just really the first week of what we transitioned from day to day between March 15th through March 20th. We knew that this was something that also needed the care of our care zone for the social emotional wellness of our students. And again, our teams have been phenomenal, every single department, which also provides weekly updates of all the happenings that are taking place as well. As we transition to many of those unknowns, we were able to get somewhat of a flow of what this would look like. So we had 3 rounds of distant learning packets that were provided to our students, and the next steps are to come. We originally, in our first round, made contact with 85% of our elementary students and 75% of our secondary students. From there forward, we have had conversations. I have the opportunity to meet with every principal on a weekly basis to check in, and we continue to capture numbers alongside the data analytics that come in from Mr. Lolliman in the department there as well. Mr. Lolliman? As you see, we shifted over to Distance 2 learning packets through March 23rd through March 31st. The contact did increase. We did see a shift. My constant communication by far with our secondary schools, Dr. Hernandez at the high school, was extremely important. And I will share that in the middle schools, in our middle schools as well as our high schools, we were fortunate that we had the one-to-one initiative. So that really allowed us to make a very a strong connection with our students to ensure that there was some communication taking place. Still trying to really continue that ongoing learning process. It's the buzzword, the potential learning gaps. How do we know if this is working? What is happening from day to day? How can we capture that, and how can we look through and learn from that and strengthen that? I will tell you, with our instructional leaders, that is happening every single day, and we, as a hopeful person that I am, continue to visit and communicate what that potential impact will have for us if we're losing that connection with our students. And the goal is not to. We have placed, different types of initiatives. We have our truancy team, Mr. Cavazos, Mr. Dominguez, alongside many others. I can give you a list of names that are out there physically in our buses delivering technology to our families, which is absolutely phenomenal and heartwarming to see. But that really caps our round two. We have transitioned this month. This month in April. So the goal ultimately is to reach every single one of our students, whether it is with the technology connection or driving to their homes, and that is where we are. This week, last week, and the next 5 weeks, if that's what we need. We have provided this opportunity for every one of our principals that still lacks in certain percentages of students that have not been contacted at all, and the safety of our families. Earlier today, we did share that we have purchased fans, canopies. Conversation that I've had with Mr. Stevens is just, it's getting a little warmer out there as well. So we do need to be mindful. Another process that we put in place is that every time we transition any update, we started on the following week on the Monday. So that weekend prior to Thursday, we utilize our communications team to provide that information and any updates there. And I know I've reiterated this to our trustees in the past. I can tell you we are not perfect, but we do strive to ensure that any question, any email, any call that comes in as a team. Mr. Lallivan? Along with the transition to go well, the efforts there from our team, and as we do trustees pay for our graduation for ours, because we do not want to. We want in mind drive-through celebration, all those components, the updates of COVID. We feel that our students need to be celebrated with their families alongside them, and that's why we really wanted to look for a venue that would be able to hold and not put a ticket number to the celebration for our students.
Okay, thank you. And just like Ms. Alderete, I have not received a newsletter either.
Okay, yes, ma'am. We will get you the newsletter.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prado. Ms. Shirley Ibarra-Peña, you're now recognized for 3 minutes, ma'am.
Oh, sorry. No, I don't have anything, but I just want to thank Ms. Sendejo for all her hard work and everything that she's doing for, our students and our, school board employees. My hat's off to you, Ms. Sendejo. I know, you have to multitask in every different things, but, I just want to thank you for everything and all your hard work that you do for our district.
Thank you, Mrs. Ibarra.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Ibarra-Peña. Mr. Flores, you're recognized for 3 minutes, sir.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. First, Ms. Sendejo, I just want to thank you and your staff, which includes all the teachers, administrators, the cafeteria workers, the facilities, maintenance, everybody down the line. What caught my attention, and I want to say that I apologize for not reading thoroughly an email you sent recently where you showed us the figures on how many of the kids we actually captured, on distance learning and to that effect. And I want to thank you because it shows that at the end of the day, everybody cares and that everybody's working together. And that the numbers, as the weeks were going on, were growing. The staff was engaging and reaching the community, and to see a 96.6% and a 90 in the elementary and 92.2% in secondary, to me that's awesome. Now, I'm wondering if the kids are ready to learn or they just didn't want to do any more chores, right? But I'm excited that these kids are, that these teachers, right, our educators at all levels created a bond with the kids that they can now be at this type of environment of distant learning, and still they captured them to continuing their learning efforts and their teaching efforts. And to me, that's outstanding. As of weeks have passed, my things for my job have changed. As before, I was available to pass by some of the schools and all these things, but I only hear about how our food distribution, the cafeteria people and everybody involved are out there giving to the kids and excited, and all the teachers and principals that were giving out the Chromebooks and were that's engaged with the community. To me, that's so exciting. Me hearing that and seeing pictures of that, and I appreciate it. And I just want to commend your leadership in this, and just seeing the outpouring of care, from both sides, from our sides and the community responding. And so thank you. And I appreciate again those numbers. And the article from SAISD scared me that 25% of those kids were missing, that came out recently. And, our numbers are phenomenal. And so, again, just thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Mr. Kevin Roscoe, you're recognized for 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you there, Mr. Flores.
Thank you, sir. I'll be very brief, Ms. Sendejo, to you and all the staff. My thoughts are that your reaction to this crisis was swift, and you've been consistent in that reaction since then. And what I see is that business is being taken care of, and kids are continuing to learn, and families are still being served, and food service really, of course, stepped up. And I just want to say thank you to everybody. And, taking care of our kids, taking care of our families, because this is unprecedented. We've never seen anything like this. And I think that your reaction speaks volumes about the competence of everyone involved. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe. Ms. Veronica Barba, you are recognized for 3 minutes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank Ms. Sendejo and everybody else to the whole school district. Everything they've done a good job. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Ms. Barba. I'll time myself here for 3 minutes as well. I just want to echo the feedback from my board members. Certainly, Ms. Sendejo and I, as board president and superintendent, communicate often. The phenomenal job that her and her staff has done in her leadership role to continue to provide services to our students and to our community. I think that there's been tremendous support from everyone that's been involved to see the sincerest commitment, not only by the teachers and staff, but by our board members as well, willing to support Ms. Sendejo and her staff. And I know she likes to always, as good leaders, they like to deflect all the credit, and as they should. And I'm in agreement with her that it's a total team effort, and that's exactly what's taking place. I'm in agreement with Mr. Rasco. The situation that we are involved in at the moment, no one could have anticipated. No one could have essentially. I mean, there's states, there's state governments that weren't fully prepared for something like this to come around, and to the extreme that it came around. So certainly, from a South San ISD perspective, I'm in total agreement with Mr. Rasco that your decisiveness and how swiftly you addressed what was required for the safety of our employees and continuing to service our students and our community. So I want to just sincerely thank you, and anything that you and your team require as support from the Board of Trustees, please let us know, because we're right there with you. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
What I did, so there was communication from a community member in the group chat that there was comments sent in via for the citizens to be heard portion. So unless Mr. O'Hanlon says that I cannot do that, I'd like to quickly. There was just one comment that I would like Mr. Rasco to read into the record, if that's okay, Mr. O'Hanlon.
Please do.
Okay. Go ahead, if you would, Mr. Rasco.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So we have one citizen to be heard, and I'm going to read the letter verbatim. It starts, Mr. Rodriguez, members of the board, Ms. Sendejo, and audience. My name is Shannon O'Dowd, and I am representing South San AFT. Overall, considering the challenges, the adjustments to the pandemic has gone as well as possible. Have there been problems? Yes, of course, but teachers and support personnel keep working through them. But the bottom line is that teachers and support personnel miss being with their students in their schools and classrooms. We especially want to salute all those providing food for our students during this stay-home period. I would also like to address item 8 on the consent agenda. Tonight, you will be voting on asking the Texas Education Agency for a T-test waiver for this school year. South San AFT urges you to support that waiver request. Applying the T-test to distance learning is improper at this point. Teachers are teaching in totally unfamiliar circumstances. Appraisers are trained to measure teacher performance in the classroom, not the teacher's living room. Many teachers are teaching with their children in the home or others living in their home, as well as distractions. Other parts of the appraisal application are difficult to implement. For example, many teachers can't retrieve documentation they need to submit. Teachers don't have the advantage of raising a rating by having walkthroughs through regular classrooms. Asking for a second appraiser is also a difficult undertaking with the unusual circumstances, and filing a grievance concerning the T-test is difficult to do in a timely manner. Should the district request for a T-test waiver by TEA be approved, we also ask that teachers have the choice of having a T-test this year and that this decision be left to the teacher. Some teachers may prefer to proceed with having one. In summary, South San AFT is requesting that you approve the T-test waiver tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rasco. And certainly we'll forward, I'm not sure if Ms. Sendejo received that, but we'll certainly forward on so that way she has that to her avail. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. These items are of routine administrative or non-controversial nature. The board has been furnished with background and support material on each item, and/or it has been discussed at a previous meeting. All consent agenda items will be acted upon by one vote without being discussed separately, unless requested by a trustee, in which event the item or items will be immediately withdrawn for individual consideration in its normal sequence after the items not requiring separate discussion have been acted upon. The remaining items will be adopted by one vote. and I'll read out the agenda items. So number one, approval of the memo of understanding between Martinez Street Women's Center and South San ISD. Number two, approved memorandum of understanding between Sanford Harmony and SSA ISD to implement their social and emotional learning program at all 10 elementary schools. Item number three, approved consultant services contract between South San Antonio ISD and the University of Texas Health Center of San Antonio. Item number four, approved memorandum of understanding program agreement between South San Antonio ISD and Joven. Item number five, approved memorandum of understanding between SA Youth and SS ISD for the implementation of out-of-school time programs at all 4 middle schools for the 2020-2021 school year. Item number six, approved memorandum of understanding between SA Youth and SSA ISD for the implementation of an out-of-school time program at Kazin Middle School for the 2020 spring and summer sessions. Item number seven, approve the memorandum of understanding between Common Threads and SSA ISD to continue their cooking and nutrition education program with the elementary and middle school campuses to help promote healthier lifestyles via education. Item number eight is the T-test waiver. Item number nine is approve the 2020-2021 SSA ISD IMA and TEC certification. Item number 10, Brain Pop online subscription. Item number 11, approve the selection and purchase of new English language arts textbooks for grades 9 through 12 that align with the new TEKS. Item number 12, approval of the April budget amendment. Item number 13, approval of the interlocal agreement between the City of San Antonio and individually the 12 public education districts within its borders. Item number 14, approval of selected architect firms to be retained for use in district projects as needed. Item number 15, approval of district administration to apply for membership with the Purchasing Cooperative Central Texas Purchasing Alliance. And item number 16, approval of district administration to apply for membership with Purchasing Cooperative TextBuy. At this time, board members, are there any items that anyone requests to be withdrawn for individual consideration?
May I speak?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Alderete.
I have number 14.
You'd like to withdraw number 14?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there we go. I just have a question on number 11, so I don't know if I can ask that later. Or I should ask it now. So I'd like to pull 11 as well.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Alderete has pulled items number 11 and 14. Any other board members would like to pull items for individual consideration? The chair hearing no more requests for individual consideration. I'll entertain a motion to approve items numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15, and 16.
I will move that we approve numbers 1 through 16 and withdrawing 11 and 14 from consent.
I second.
I have a motion by Mr. Rasco. I have a second by Ms. Alderete. Michelle, if we can get a roll call, please.
Stacy Alderete,
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
Yes.
Connie Prado,
Yes.
Shirley Ibarra Peña,
Yes.
Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Rasco,
Yes.
Veronica Barba.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Ms. Alderete approved. We'll start with item number 11. Approve the selection and purchase of new English language arts textbooks for grades 9 through 12 that align with the new TEKS. Ms. Alderete?
Yeah, I just have a question on that one. So moving forward, if we're not back where we need to be come the start of the school year, in case something, we're not back into groups and we're able to start school on time, how will this work?
Ms. Alderete, we will have online access for the textbooks. as well as print copies as well. So anything we buy these days, we normally buy both things.
Okay, so then it'll be basically like what we've done thus far is if we have to do that, then they can drive up and get their packets, or they can do the online thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know with that one.
Thank you, Mrs. Alderete. I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute, and I knew Ms. Shields was here for that particular item, and I could not.
No, it's okay. I saw the smile, so I knew. Okay, and then, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Alderete. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion on item number 11.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Ms. Alderete. Do I have a second?
Second.
Sorry, who was that? Mr. Shirley Ibarra-Peña?
Yes.
Michelle, if I can have a roll call, please.
Casey Alderete,
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
Yes.
Connie Prado,
Yes.
Shirley Ibarra-Peña,
Yes.
Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Roscoe,
Yes.
Veronica Barba.
Yes.
And thank you. And Michelle, yes, I'll be asking for a roll call just to make sure that we get everybody in the record and with the virtual meeting that we're having all to adapt to. The next item that Ms. Alderete pulled was item number 14, approval of selected architect firms to be retained for use in district projects as needed. Ms. Alderete?
My question with this one is, we kind of got hit last time around as a district for doing this with nothing. I mean, we all know what happened. So is this wise of us to do again? You know what? I don't, especially with what's going on right now and financially not knowing where we're going to be. Is it wise to do this?
Mrs. Alderete.
Go ahead.
Mrs. Alderete, we'll give you some background as to how the RFP came around and the decision for, the RFQ and how it came around. And Mr. Doucette is here with us. So if you can bear with me just so we can give you some insight specifically to what you just asked. And if there's anything that Mr. O'Hanlon can also share with us at some time first. I'm sorry, could you all hear?
No.
I heard some background noise there.
You went out. You went out for a couple seconds.
Mr. Doucette will come on board to speak on behalf of this on the background, and then we can revert back to Mr. O'Hanlon as well for some additional information. So thank you for asking that, and of course making the connection that you just made. Mr. Doucette?
Thank you, Ms. Nayo. First, I'll probably go ahead and just defer to Mr. O'Hanlon for the background. As most of you know, I've been with the district just coming up on 2 years, so I'm not going to even try to entertain answering what Ms. Alderete was referring to. I know the district has had some issues in the past with related to construction projects and stuff. Everything that I've heard, I don't want to go on hearsay, so I'll defer to Mr. O'Hanlon first off to kind of give a background, and then we'll talk about why this was issued and the way it was done.
Can y'all hear me? There's a bit of an echo.
You have a really bad echo.
Yeah.
The last time.
Mr. Rodriguez, somebody may need to mute.
Everybody.
I think Mr. Lallman can mute everyone and then unmute.
Yes.
Okay. The last time that we went out for bids for architectural services was in 2017. Those bids were good for 3 years. So,
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Hanlon, there's a huge echo. Do you have a speaker or something else that's nearby?
No. I don't know what this is. All right.
Yeah, there's a.
No, that's. Let's try it again. In 2017, we went out for bids for architectural services. Those good bids were good for 3 years, so it's time to come up. These bids are under what's called the Professional Services Procurement Act. Under the Professional Services Procurement Act, there is a 2-step process for acquiring services like architectural services. The first step is the identification of potential vendors. The district went out for bids and got a list of potential vendors, the staff is recommending that presentation of those vendors tonight. That you got on the list does not mean that you're going to get a contract, or that we'll ever do a contract, because the second step of the Public Services Procurement Act requires us to negotiate with one of the selected architects to get the best value for the district on a specific project. So if Ms. Alderete is concerned about price, this does not authorize any expenditure at all. This is enabling. It is not created an obligation or a contract for architectural services. It is simply creating a list from which we can select if we do projects at some point in the future.
Thank you, Mayor. You can mute yourself, Mr. O'Hanlon. There you go. Ms. Alderete, were you able to hear his response?
Yeah. So one last question: how do we go about getting this list? How are we deciding on this list?
So the firms that are listed on the agenda item were actually the firms that responded to the RFQ.
Okay.
So again, as Mr. O'Hanlon said, it's a 2-step process. We'll select the firms that are listed here, and then if we have a project coming up, we'll negotiate with the selected firm. If we can't come to an agreement, then we terminate the negotiation and go down to the next firm. And this process will continue until both parties are satisfied through the negotiation process, and then the contract can be put in place.
Okay, that answers my curiosity, and I think it was great. I'm sure constituents see this and they're like, well, what is this? So to hear that information is good to hear, so that they understand it as well. So thank you very much. It answered my questions. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Alderete. At this time, the chair will entertain any motions on number 14, approval of selected architect firms to be retained for use in district projects as needed.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Ms. Alderete. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Shirley Ibarra-Peña. Michelle, if you can have a roll call, please.
Alderete?
Yes.
Robert Rodriguez? Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. Connie Prado?
Drop off, Michelle.
Okay, I'll circle back to her. Shirley Ibarra-Peña?
Yes.
Homer Flores?
Yes.
Kevin Vasco?
Yes.
Veronica Barba?
Yes.
Ms. Prado, Ms. Connie Prado back on?
I think she dropped off. Motion passes.
Okay, so we'll record it as a 6-0 vote, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, and let's see if she gets, let's give her another couple seconds here.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like she's back on. Ms. Prado, are you there?
Prado?
That was
Okay.
Scott.
I see her name there. Ms. Prado, are you there?
Okay, we can move forward with the 6-0.
Okay.
Thank you, Michelle. The next item on the agenda is presentations and reports. Item number 1, the quarterly investment report. Ms. Sandejo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Members of the board, you received the backup information for the quarterly investment report. Interesting enough that this particular quarter, we know that bond payments were due, so you will see some activity in that area. You also received the report details of the quarterly investment, which is our long process for this. I do want to reference the second page. Mr. Rodriguez, Mrs. Prado's mic is not working. She just messaged me.
Her microphone is not working. Mr. Lalaman, is she unmuted? Okay.
She says her vote was yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay. Did you catch that, Michelle?
Apparently she can hear us though.
Okay, she might want to try disconnecting and then reconnecting.
So her vote was yes. Did I hear that right?
Well, we didn't hear it from her officially.
No, right. Right. It's not technically, but
okay.
Did she raise her hand?
Do we see her picture, Mr. Rodriguez?
I do not see her video.
Because I know she was on live. We could.
Okay.
Yes, maybe she can type or wave her hand, either or. On the next one, I'm assuming.
There's a link in there that you can go by phone as well.
Right.
Sure, I don't see her. Oh, there she is. I'm going to ask her if you can hear us. Yes, ma'am. He says she can, Mrs. Prado can hear us and she can see us.
Okay. Can anyone see her raise her hand for her vote? Or if she can put it in the chat.
She says her face is there. Let me see, Mrs. Prado. Let me see here. Do you see her, Mr. Rodriguez?
No, ma'am.
I can see her. Ms. Prado, so for item number 14 on the consent agenda, we are at a 6-0 vote. I would like to know your vote. Is it yes or no? Please raise your hand if it is yes. Okay, I will log it as a 7-0 vote as I have witnessed her hand be raised. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Michelle. Well, I think if anything, we'll continue using that process. So keep an eye on Mrs. Prado there, Michelle.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Back, Mr. Rodriguez, in the quarterly investment report details, I did want to shift over to the second page, as you do see the activity that has taken place. On the original first document, you see the total deposits of in our investment pools, which total up to that 44 million, 4.5 give or take. We ended with 57 million with about 25.8 million of withdrawals. And that is a combination that you will see on the second page. So you really have to see both at the same time, just so that you can revert back on the numbers. As you recall, we were fortunate enough to have our audit and learn and revisit our policy. And that has really assisted us this far. In addition to that, you will see our our bond payments on the second page, as well as the transfers that were made out and the withdrawals, which are our standard procedure withdrawal to cover our payments and expenses, which you have the description for, as well as the transfer out and where it was transferred into with that specific detail. I hope that it has been working. I believe this is the third quarterly investment report, and it seems to assist us. Ms. Clarita, along with the department, the business department is phenomenal in this area and provides us the quarterly investment report details. If there are any questions, Mr. Rodriguez, I'd be happy to welcome those and attempt to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Sendejo. I'll just go down the line again. Ms. Alderete, do you have any questions regarding the quarterly investment report?
No, sir.
Ms. Prado? Ms. Shirley Ibarra-Peña?
No, I don't have any questions.
Mr. Flores?
No. No.
Mr. Kevin Rasco?
No questions.
No, no questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sendejo.
Yes, sir.
For that report. Once again, providing very detailed information on the financial posture of the district is of the utmost importance. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
That'll move us into item number 2, the monthly financial statements for February and March 2020. Ms. Sendejo?
Yes, sir. Mr. Rodriguez, members of the board, as you recall, you did receive the March monthly budget report via the Friday superintendent report to you all. So I'm going to revert to March specifically, because February was it's always presented the month after. And so that's what you will see here, February for March and March for April, and it works on a cumulative basis. So you'll see very normal, the year to date on here and where we are in regards to our revenues. Of course, the difference there that we're still pending and what we have received. Alongside that, in February, I did share that the expended percentages will shift, and they will continue to shift as we are finalizing our FTE review by function. We are comfortable and confident that that is going to continue assisting us through this process. Where you will see a shift is on 81 facilities acquisition and construction. We had over $800,000 of POs encumbered, and so you see the difference there at about 79%. That speaks to that. When I take a look at a 55% expended and others that are shifting higher or maybe even lower, there's a story again to be told there. And that one in particular is because of POs that have to do with our construction that continues to phase in. Alongside that, we do see the red in parentheses. That has been there already for several months. As you all know, we do have the self-funding medical insurance. And of course, we're hoping that we can bring that back into the general fund. Shifting over to the next page, food service, I think I'm a broken record when it comes to this. Mr. Stevens and the team there, we've always had such a healthy balance there, and it continues to transition very smoothly with the number of months, what we've received and what we've expended. So thank you to the team there. Lastly, you'll see the debt service fund, and we did have our February activity by paying out the bonds, and you will see the next cycle of action to these particular numbers in the near future in August. So you will see the year to date there and the difference of what's pending and what has been received. Very normal. I mean, it's great. I usually bring every single month and do the comparison, and we look at the percentages that have been received. Of course, what has been expended, budget, then you always look at those numbers in the red and in the black, and that's always important to be mindful of. Along with that, our budget meetings have continuously assisted us. So if there's anything else that you as a governance body may want to review or see, by all means, do not hesitate. We will do everything in our responsible power to get that to you all if there's anything else that we can clarify when it comes to all these numbers and the month-to-month budget reports. Mr. Rodriguez, that is it. Like I said, I didn't reference February because it's also part of the March update.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sendejo.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Alderete, do you have any questions regarding the financial reports?
No.
Ms. Prado? She's still, I don't think she can still hear, right? Ms. Shirley Ibarra-Peña?
No, I don't have any questions.
There's Ms. Prado. Ms. Prado, welcome back.
Ms. Prado. My mic is working on and off, but no, I have no questions. I'm going to leave it on. I'm not going to be muting it.
Okay. Ms. The financial reports.
Hello? No.
Mr. Rasco, any questions regarding the financial reports?
No, sir, I do not.
And Ms. Veronica Barba?
No, sir, I do not.
Thank you very much. Again, great work by you and your staff. It certainly helps the Board of Trustees when we receive this on a consistent basis, all the way down to the Budget Committee level, where we get a little bit more granular to make better decisions and ultimately forward best recommendations to the full board for their consideration. So thank you very much for that, Ms. Sendejo.
Yes, sir. I continue to say my hat's off to Miss Clarita, as she coaches me every single time, and by far one of the major fears of doing this. And it's amazing how much of that you can retain and really look at numbers. I enjoy numbers at this capacity. Of course, it continues to grow on me. Thank you, Miss Clarita, and thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sendejo. At this time, the Board of Trustees will convene into closed session pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, and 551.0821. Item number 1, discussion concerning personnel matters pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074. Item number 2, consider level 3 grievance of Marco A. Guerra pursuant to District Policy DGBA Local. And item number 3, discussion with Superintendent Search Team concerning the status of the Superintendent Search. The time is 7:12 p.m. and board members, I will be forwarding you a meeting link into your email that you will use to join the executive session. So if for some reason you do not receive that or you're having technical difficulties, please contact Ms. Sendejo right away.
Mr. Rodriguez, just for clarification, are they logging into the one that is labeled grievance on your calendar first, or are we doing the closed session that you're going to send?
I'm doing the closed session first.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Ibarra Peña and Ms. Barba, have you received the email from Mr. Rodriguez to enter into closed session? Also, Mr. O'Hanlon as well. So you would exit this meeting and go into the closed session, and Mr. Rodriguez will be emailing you.
No, I did. I don't think you missed anything on the probationers. We can do them. Can you hear me?
Mr. Hannon, are you on mute?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hang on a second. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Pardon me? Oh, I'm in the wrong meeting. Okay. I can hear the executive session.
And I do see Dr. Share a comment as we did work with
Okay, it looks like we have I see we have Miss Alderete.
Hey.
We are waiting on Miss Prado.
Yes, sir. I just got off the phone with her. She knows.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Michelle. There is Miss Sendejo. Did we have Miss Prado and Miss Barbara on? Just waiting on 2 board members.
We got 17 people.
Is my mic on?
Yes.
Can we call Miss Barbara?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Yes, we
I'm
can hear
calling
you.
her now.
Thank you, Michelle.
Oh, maybe I should sit up. Falling asleep in the corner.
Connie froze.
Hello?
Hello. She might have to go out and come back in. There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
We are just waiting on Miss Barbara.
The good thing is we don't have to drive too far to our bed.
That's true.
I kind of missed the dinner, huh?
Just turn off the computer and straight to bed. I still have notes. I have notes. I have like an hour worth of notes to print. There's Veronica. Oh no, it says she left.
She left, yeah. So that means she should be there.
No, this says Veronica joined.
Joined, yeah.
Janelle Doucette joined.
Yeah, there she is. Okay. She made it. Okay, at this time, the board, that's okay. At this time, the board will reconvene back into open session. The time is 11:52 p.m. The next item on the agenda is discussion and possible action. The first item being discussion and possible action to approve the proposed recommendations of staff contracts and/or administrator contracts. At this time, the chair will entertain any motions.
Yes, Mr. President, I have a motion.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
make a motion that we table the staff and administrators' contracts and not accept the superintendent's recommendation of termination of Ms. Vertiz Jackie.
I have a motion by Ms. Prado. Do I have a second?
I second.
A second by Ms. Alderete.
Yes.
Michelle, if I may have a roll call, please.
Stacy Alderete,
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
I will abstain.
Connie Prado,
Yes.
Shirley Ibarra Peña,
Yes.
Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Rasco,
No.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is discussion and possible action regarding the hiring of West Campus High School principal. And I would actually like to make a motion that we accept the superintendent's recommendation of Christina Cardenas as the West Campus High School principal. Do I hear a second?
Second.
That was a second by
Me.
Sure,
Sorry.
Ms. Ibarra Peña? Okay,
Yes.
second by Ms. Ibarra Peña. Michelle, if I may have a roll call, please.
Stacy Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Rasco,
Yes.
Veronica Barba.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is discussion and possible board action concerning level 3 grievance of Marco A. Guerra. At this time, the chair will entertain any motions.
Board President, I would like to make a motion
Yes, ma'am.
to express our concern on how this matter was handled.
I have a motion by Ms. Shirley Ibarra Peña. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Prado. Michelle, may I have a roll call, please?
Stacy Alderete,
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
No.
Connie Prado.
Yes.
Shirley Ibarra Peña,
Yes.
Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Rasco,
No.
Veronica Barba.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is discussion and possible board action concerning the superintendent search. The chair will entertain any motions.
Board President, I would like to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to make a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session.
I have a motion by Ms. Alderete. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Flores. Michelle, may I have a roll call, please?
Stacy Alderete,
Yes.
Gilbert Rodriguez,
Yes.
Connie Prado,
Yes.
Shirley Ibarra Peña,
Yes.
Homer Flores,
Yes.
Kevin Rasco,
Yes.
Veronica Barba.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item is adjournment. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn by Ms. Shirley Ibarra Peña. Do I have a second?
Second. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye.
Everyone have a safe week. Good night.
Safe. Wash your hands.